Alright everyone, welcome to Nice Effects. It's like 64 degrees. We're on West 32nd Street in Koreatown. Friday, April 10th, 2026. It's like 2:25 p.m. What a nice day, finally. I can actually deal with the walk. I'm gonna walk around town for a while. There's a lot of people out. Finally. Nobody wanna come out here when it's cold anyway. Well, we're gonna walk around. Try to enjoy this weather while it's here. Right now we're in Greeley Square. I think this is the last week for the kids to be out of school. I think after this it's gonna be, I think next week they go back to school. This used to be Broadway. This path I'm on right now, as you can see, it's a street. This used to be Broadway and they closed it off for pedestrians and turned it into a park. Really, the park is just right here, Greeley Square, which is more rectangular than a square. I don't know why they call these parks squares and they have different shapes other than square. But this goes right through to Macy's. Even Macy's, like in front of Macy's, that's closed off and they turned that into a park. We're heading towards that way. We're basically trying to keep the traffic down for cars and make it more pedestrian safe. That's why they turn certain areas into parks. Like I said, this is Broadway. Broadway is the longest street in Manhattan. There's the Empire State Building in the middle. Plants are trying to open up. We have so many cold days. It's hard for the plants to like really bloom. I mean, unless they're directly in the sun. To my left is 6th Avenue. We might turn around and walk down 6th Avenue.
And we got to go on the family Florida. If one goes, they all go. And I'm like, listen. Let's say your sister have dinner.
legendary Macy's. Takes up a whole city block. And most of the people you see around now is either students or tourists. Because mostly everybody went back in from lunch break. See, this right here is Broadway. And it's been closed off for years. It's like when we was at Greeley Square. They usually have live performances around this area, or they have like yoga classes or Pilates, anything of that nature. That's the Empire State Building. We're gonna walk towards 7th Avenue. And we're walking to 7th Avenue. Tomorrow is Saturday. It should be the Tartan Parade. Not 100% on the time, but I checked, it said 2 p.m. So got plenty of time if that's right. I think it runs for like a few hours. It's supposed to be decent tomorrow, just like it is today. It's 64 degrees. And so far, no wind. It's not windy today. This is the side of Macy's. So we're gonna walk over to Madison Square Garden. Like I said, as you can see, Macy's take up a whole square block. Supposed to be the largest department store in the world. If I'm not mistaken, it's 8 floors. Probably have the best air conditioning out of all the big stores. I think it runs a lot, mainly on a lot of water on the roof. So when the summertime comes, you come in here, it's gonna be chilly. Get ready for those goosebumps. Some of their windows. Probably can't see it that well because of the glare of the glass.
What's the puppy?
We're on 7th Avenue, which is Fashion Avenue on 34th Street. This green patch is the bike lane. So it's big enough for a car to run through. Definitely don't stand on the corners. Stand on a sidewalk just like that. See what these people are doing? Don't do that. Unless you're gonna get out of the green path. The building in the middle, that's Madison Square Garden. That's where we're gonna head to. The only reason I'm here is because of this. So a car won't run up on me because there's a big stone here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this spot. All these stones you see in the street, put that there because of the 9/11. How you gonna secure? I hope I said that right. So hopefully we'll have a better stream today. The weather did get nice. And I have a power pack hooked up to my phone and the gimbal. That's Macy's again. I think this Sunday is the last day for the auto show. It's at the Javits Center. I did a video, well, I did 2 videos so far that I put up. One of the main floor, and I put up one of the lower level where they have the personalized cars. This is Madison Square Garden. Not sure if they got a game today or anything, activities going on. I'm not sure how true it is. They're talking about moving garden, Madison Square Garden across the street. I don't know how that's gonna hold up, but that's the rumor. There's a guy on the bike. That's what my bicycle sound like. And that's the Empire State Building in the background. I don't know if they're gonna actually put that into action, because they just put this up. This right here, this whole front end. This is all new. It's only a few years old. It was in the middle of putting it up when C-19 happened. And then it slowed it down, like production, building it. They finally got it up. Then, like I said, the rumor came around about them taking Madison Square Garden, taking it down, and placing it across the street. That don't make sense. If I'm not mistaken, the owner's name is Jim Dolan. I don't know. Maybe it is true. But that's the rumor. Because they want to extend, name of that thing, Penn Station to here, redevelop it. See, this is all Penn Station underneath the Madison Square Garden. So y'all can see what it looks like. I'm kind of like leery of going downstairs because of there's a chance I may lose the Wi-Fi connection. So that's why I usually don't go indoors when I live stream. I'll go in a little bit and then I'll turn around, because sometimes the live streams, the signal gets weaker the further you go in the building. In some locations, like the subways, I used to do live streaming there, but I guess they have some type of block on live streams. So it doesn't work out that well. I used to do live streams in the Times Square area, in the subway station, showing live performances. So you got to take in the fact of people coming in to watch too. So the more people that's around, the choppier your signal is going to become. The other side of Madison Square Garden. So we're going to walk around the garden. For me to mainly go indoors, I would have to just do a video of it rather than a live stream. So the sidewalk and everything is new. When you see the cars turned this way, that means there's a precinct close by. This whole block. And if you go further down that block, that's when you'll bump into a precinct. They just extended their cars this far out. How you doing, RJ? Thanks for tuning in. Madison Square Garden. This is the backside of Madison Square Garden. This is the actual arena. And this is the office part. That's more like an office building to Madison Square Garden. Yes, it is. So mainly, especially when it comes to sports and entertainers, as in singers, dancers, they usually want to perform. When they come to New York, that's where they want to go. Madison Square Garden or Radio City Music Hall.
I had to be a homeless man.
The best job ever. Well, I didn't have that opportunity to do that, but had my chances in there. Not working, but I was a person watching. Yeah, you can say I was working. I was a kid. I was in a cadet corps called the Church of the Masters. And we did a performance here because we had a drill team competition. So we went against other drill teams around New York and probably around the States. It was like 1975, a long time ago. 50 years. That was my first time in Madison Square Garden when I was a kid, back in the 70s. After that, it was more like concerts. I went to whatchamacallits also. Tractor pull competitions like Bigfoot and whatnot, things of that nature. And Barnum Bailey Circus. And they had that running. What else did they go to? I went to a few things here. Janet Jackson concert. Michael Jackson concert. I think I went to the Wu-Tang concert since I know him. I didn't get to go to that. I'm doing somewhat of a 360 or 180 to show the environment around Madison Square Garden. This is the backside of Madison Square Garden. This is around the area. Anytime you see this, you'll find out where you're at. And this is City Bank. They have a bicycle rack. It's the Moynihan Train Hall, which is Penn Station. All runs underground to some degree. It's mainly like a shopping mall. Now this is around the area where the entertainers were entering. Whether they basketball, football, they used to enter around this area. Yeah, I haven't been in Madison Square Garden in a good while. I think since the 90s. So I think the last time I went inside was the circus, Marlon Bailey Circus. A friend of mine had tickets and we went. You want the AARP cards? I mean, now if I had one. Because when I first got it when I was 50, nothing really applied to me. Now I'm 60. Now I don't have a card. I mean, they'll send it to you if you ask for it. It's another building, like the Moynihan building. You can't really live stream inside because of the Wi-Fi connection is weak. So that's why I've never gone inside there as a live streamer.
Is this your work bike, Mom?
You're the one that's here, like.
Look at this guy. We're gonna zoom out. Look at this. Wait up.
Tiene mi tiempo.
Right around this area is where the entertainers would normally enter. They usually have like a barricade around here. Or further in. And that's how they get in. And everybody else enter on 34th Street. Well, more like 33rd. And 6th Avenue. It's almost 3 o'clock. This is Joe Louis Plaza, the famous boxer from the 1940s. That's this area right here. And the Empire State Building in the background. So if you haven't already, like and subscribe to this channel. I do virtual tours like this around New York City. This is self-explanatory. The taxi cabs. I'm not sure if they got a game going on today or not. This was a running street. They closed this off to traffic. That's when they put the, as you can see, we're on 33rd Street. So this is more spots where the entertainers would enter. All right. Yeah, this area is closed off for indefinitely because, like I said, they closed the street off and they built around it. Like all of this was a street that just ran straight through. And now it's just they made it into a park. I like it though. It's better that it turned it into a park rather than cars running through. If the traffic would be coming against me, like I would be walking against traffic if the street was still here. This is one of the reasons why it's gone when they built this. That runs right down to the train station. Downstairs is some more. I'm just gonna go downstairs, walk around a little bit and come back up because I don't want the signal to get choppy. I'm just gonna step back and show y'all the entrance. We're back at the front of Madison Square Garden. This is where the general public will enter. And this is all new once again. Where you see that number 2 is at, that's all new. It's a new structure. And they extended it out to the sidewalk. So if you haven't already, like and subscribe to this channel. Share the content. Leave a comment where you're watching from. right, north from Cincinnati, Ohio. Thanks for tuning in. This is the Long Island Railroad. I'm going further down. If I go that far, that's when the signal starts getting weak. Wi-Fi signal. So that's why I'm not going to walk down there on a live stream. And that goes all the way to Penn Station, where the rail yards are. And the local train is over this way. The 1, 2, and 3 trains. And we're on 34th Street, 7th Avenue. So they really get crowded around here around 4 o'clock. It's an hour from now. It's 3 o'clock right now. I'm just doing a 360 turn. All right. Well, this was redesigned. We just redid the whole building down here. Alright, so we're gonna go right back up. I'd rather be outside since the weather's pretty decent. Man, I wouldn't be walking up. No way. All the escalators is working. I'm not trying to build up no sweat. Once I got on a jacket, I'm already holding in heat with a hat. I'm on my feet all day, pretty much. We're on 7th Avenue. We're gonna walk uptown. As you can see, that's the Macy's building. if it doesn't rain, I should be out next week because the weather's supposed to be pretty decent. At least in the 70s and probably low 80s. So if it doesn't rain, I should be out. Doing what I'm doing like right now. Depends how fast I get off of work too, how much work I get. This is the other side of Macy's. Hardly anybody ever sees unless they're out here. There are no windows of any kind, like display windows, on this side of the block. So it's mainly like loading docks, like for the trucks to come in with the merchandise. That part of the store. You can call this side somewhat the safe side, as the closer we get to Times Square, as in walking, if you're doing what I'm doing. Anytime you see the bike racks, it'll let you know where you're at. City Bike. How you doing, a center? I hope I said that right. Thanks for tuning in. Where you watching from? If you don't mind answering that. I think this is a police vehicle. Yeah, that's a police vehicle. I don't know who they escorting. Sometimes they have something like unmarked cars where you see like 4 to 6 cars, and they have like diplomats in the vehicles from different countries. I don't know whether it's to get the person to where they need to exactly go, or it's a tour of the city for them. But you'll see like small groups like that. And sometimes they have police escorts. They either have like 2 to 4 bikes, like motorcycles, or they just have like I wouldn't say caravans, but SUVs. That's what they mainly have. We're on West 37th Street, 7th Avenue.
Little dog.
We're going further into the fashion district. The more west you go, which is going that way, the more of the fashion district. That's why I say stay out the bike lane. These guys are doing deliveries. They're not gonna stop. Oh, thank you. Watching from India. All right. It's nighttime over there, if I'm not mistaken. Right? The other side of the planet. It's like Japan, China. It's nighttime over there in those areas. It's around 64 degrees out here without the wind blowing hard. As you can see, this is the bike lane. Don't stand in the bike lane. They're just as dangerous as the cars, pretty much. At least a car would stop. Guys on the bikes and whatnot, like skates, then chances of them stopping is slim to none. They're gonna try to go around you because they want to maintain their speed. Especially if they're pedaling. They don't want to break speed. So I'm gonna do what I don't supposed to do, which is walk the bike lane, because I don't want to be around the scaffolding. No, they don't. Nobody jogs in the bike lane. I mean, I rarely see something like that. You could rather jog the sidewalks than jog in the bike lanes. Because even though the bike lane is one direction, people, the guys, they don't follow the directions on that. They'll go against traffic. So as you can see, the bike lane runs the same direction as the cars. But if you get in the bike lane, you still gotta watch from behind. But some people treat it as a two-way street. This is freshly painted. And lamp pole light. Now if you go to the West Side Drive, there's a lot of people jogging around that area. I usually don't live stream in that area because of the signal could get pretty weak. Like the Wi-Fi signal could get pretty weak, so I usually wouldn't go there. If I do start in that area, I just start there and then I'll walk away. I usually wouldn't walk the West Side Drive. They have a park that runs around the whole Manhattan Island, which is 26 miles of road. So you can either walk it, jog it, or ride a bike, scooter, or skates. As long as it's not motorized. I mean, people do it anyway. They use the electric bikes or whatnot. Now, the closer we get to the summer, which is, in my opinion, the best time to come here, because not only the weather is nice, a lot of these companies, whether big or small, they give away a lot of stuff. Whether it's drinks, perfume, some type of snack. Mainly a lot of soft drink companies come out. I mean, unless it's beer, you won't get that. But anything that has to do with like energy drinks, soft drinks, water companies, they usually come out and give stuff away. Plus it's free entertainment. I mean, you can tip the people if you want, but basically everything is free. There'll be a lot of free activities going on in the summertime. And believe it or not, that's where most people from New York, like native New Yorkers, and entertainment right there. They leave New York and go to another state or country or continent. That's where they go to vacation. But I stay in the city. Even when I'm on vacation, I just stay in New York. Because like I said, there's always free things going on. Events, free yoga classes, free Pilates. Pretty much you name it. I mean, they do it in like big groups. They'll do it either in Times Square, Bryant Park. Bryant Park is not too far from here. They do it in parks. And they turn it into big events. And if it does well, then they'll come back and do it the next year. That's how some events evolve. Like New York City Marathon, where they run from borough to borough. It started real small. And it just kept growing until they had runners clubs. I think they tried to do that with bicycles, like road bikes. They're trying to do it slowly. But when they do the road bikes, it's usually too cold. Sometimes they have to cancel because it snows. At least the ones that they did this year. I didn't go to any. They had one in Central Park. They had a road bike event in Prospect Park. And they had to cancel them because it snowed. It's too dangerous to ride on a road bike in the snow. That's like those bikes, you're not familiar with it. It's like the bikes in Tour de France. I don't know what they're doing to this building. It's like they shut it down and then that was it. Blacked out and it's never been up since. You see the scaffolding around. I don't know, maybe they're gonna take the whole building down. This is Broadway that I'm standing on. This is all Broadway, and they closed it off. This is the area they used to call the Crossroads of America. Because it's two streets running into one another. 7th Avenue, the one that's running with the cars right now, and it's Broadway, the longest street in New York City. Well, at least in Manhattan. It runs from the tip of one tip to the next tip. From all the way uptown to all the way downtown. And they put all of this sidewalk. All of this was street that I'm standing on. Everywhere you see a sidewalk, this is all a street. And it's two streets going the same direction. I'm not sure if Mayor Giuliani came up with the idea of closing Broadway off and just having 7th Avenue run. But he was one of the guys that engineered the idea of having all of these lights going on. So instead of just having like billboards, he got everything illuminated. So that's why this area is like that. Very well lit. And you can come here any time of the day, or I mean not the day, but any time of the night. And this area is well lit. Because look at this. It's all lights. It used to be just billboards. And then when they got into the big screens, like they used to call them jumbo screens. And then they just started advertising on them. Now, hold on just for a moment. I had to turn the microphone off for a moment because somebody had music playing out the restaurant. You're like a half an hour away from rush hour, which will be 4 o'clock. Just taking a big picture. You're gonna miss a lot of them because some of them is too tall or some are too short. You have all the tall ones in the back. It's like one of the few Levi stores where you can get your clothing. You can get it customized. Get patches put on, get your pants or jackets shredded, get embroidery. I may turn the microphone off because we're going to be coming close to music. closer I get to it, I'm gonna wind up turning the microphone off until I can get past them.
Move here, and then have you and my siblings here.
Już tam daleko. O, tam daleko już. A skąd wie?
Nah, man, I'm trying to test that one.
That's the one that has the creator.
No safety courts, no trampolines. We used to use a net, but then she left. Yes, this guy right here abused them. You're gonna fall later.
I'm gonna have to leave this area because they're playing music, so I'm gonna turn the microphone off. Wanted to walk further up. How you doing, Joe?
We found some bud.
Joe is the moderator to this channel. He's the one that keeps everybody in check. And he corrects my mistakes if I give you any misinformation. So Joe, I found out what was wrong with my gimbal. I dropped it one time and I thought it wasn't that big of a fall. Ever since then it hasn't performed well. So I'm gonna have to get another one. That's why I kept acting up. So getting them wet and dropping them. Not the thing you want to do. Yeah, the top popped out and I pushed it back in and it was working for a while, but then it would act up. So there's two things you can't do. Drop them, even from a low height. Dropping them and getting them wet. These things are real sensitive. Too close to see the top. have a battery, a power pack hooked up to this gimbal and the phone. And gimbal doesn't perform as fluid, like that smooth feel. I guess when you're charging it, if you're keeping it charged, it's not gonna perform well. So I'm gonna eventually probably take it off. I was hoping to do it so I can stay out longer. I mean, I can get like 3 hours, maybe up to 4 without it. But I only have one gimbal, so if I want to go longer than 4 hours, I would need a second gimbal. And B&H Photo been closed the whole week. Right now we're on West 48th Street, 7th Avenue.
That was my car.
No, you have to keep it, because if you throw it away, I'm going to be mad that I didn't.
Okay.
This is probably the best area to catch the tour buses. That'll run you around the city. And it'll take you like an hour and 40 minutes. But it seems a lot shorter. Because bus drivers drive fast. That's a good way to see the city. They don't go uptown anymore. They used to go as far as 125th Street and come back down. But now they just stay somewhat in the downtown area as far as here. I think they go as high as 86, 96th Street and come back down all the way to the, what is that, the Wall Street area. So every few blocks, you're gonna see me keep turning around like this. We're doing quarter turns, sometimes 360s. I'm trying to show you where we're going and where we're coming from. Because some things I'm just too close up on to show it to you. So I'll walk at least a block or two and then I'll try to show it. There's steam coming out the ground. They usually have like a giant funnel of some kind to go over the steam pipes or wherever the steam is coming from. They usually have it there so nobody can run over it. Trying to let everybody go by. Dodge the crowd a little bit. I would like to ride on one of these. They're not fast, but I like the way they look. They look like one of those motor vehicles from the 1920s. Like the trucks, just look like a miniature version of it. I think somebody's over here. We got a small film crew over here. That's why I'm coming up this way, because I see the blinking lights. You know, it's the ambulance. They're probably filming a commercial of some kind. I'm gonna stop at this corner and zoom in and see whether it's okay for me to walk through. Because when they're filming, they usually don't want people to come through with cameras like this. I'm gonna zoom in and see what it looks like. Oh, so you can see what it looks like. As you can see, those are all cameras and lights. what they waiting for, like what they're gonna do. I don't see any like flyers of any kind. Say like this is a film shoot.
I'm at home.
How much discount?
Check out the bike lane. So we're going further west. We're going into Hell's Kitchen. So give me hope. Give me some hope. This area's all mixed up. Residential buildings mixed with office buildings. Now we're back on Broadway. Check this out. If you can read that. Go to the late show. This is on West 53rd Street and Broadway. Somebody's doing a photo shoot around here. That's what you see that big umbrella is. So it must be a fashion shoot. we're going over to 8th Avenue. And then we're gonna walk downtown. And that area is Hell's Kitchen. 8th or 9th, we'll walk either one. Hey, doggies, hot doggies. Yeah, film crew right there. See, these are the blocks hardly anybody walk. The cross streets. Like the crosstown streets. Everybody usually just walk uptown and downtown. Hardly anybody walks crosstown, like east to west. They usually go north to south. So I try to mix it up every once in a while. Because usually the crosstown is not as, congested with people. And people want to see people and buildings. I mean, unless I get on a street like 14th Street, crosstown, or 23rd Street, crosstown, 125th Street, 42nd Street, 34th Street. Look at this building. So they didn't want to knock it down, and they're putting a higher floor in. I don't know, it looks like 2 or 3 more floors. So that means that must be a landmark building for them to do that. It's like an old brownstone. It's a matter of who bought it. You can imagine how much it costs. I know it costs in the millions for them to do that, to save the building, and then add 2 more floors on it. There's these type of buildings like brownstones. So you're gonna pay like $5 million and up. A lot of variables to it, so I couldn't even tell you like exactly why. Of course, it's location, age of the building, the condition. Is it a landmark? Because they don't save every old building. You see, that's the old church. And the buildings that's next to it is all new. All those buildings are new. None of those are old. Even though the reddish brick building, it's all new. They just made it low enough to blend in with the old buildings. I like it when they do that anyway. Rather than have like 30, 20 or 30 story building next to a 6-story building. So now we're getting to an old building next to 2 new buildings. See, that's the brown building is the old one, and the 2 other buildings beside it is new. And then it goes another old building. How you doing, Candle? I don't know, Santos. But when you got millions of dollars, you're gonna know. You're gonna hire advisors for all of that kind of stuff. To do that. Because when they get old buildings like that, basically, at least from what I've seen over the years, they keep the shell of the building and they rip everything inside the building out, and then they build everything back up. We're on 9th Avenue, West 53rd Street. I used to have to work on this guy's fish tank on the east side, and he was in like a building like this, but it was smaller. And he owned the whole building. But on the inside of the building, everything was new. Except the outside. They just cleaned it up. We're gonna stay on the sunny side of town. I'm trying to stay in the sun. It's good for the lighting. Rather than just walking in the shade. So the path I'm on right now, you can see, but I still gotta look around. See, there's one for the bike. The green is the bike path. Brown is for the pedestrians. Because this area gets really crowded. Well, I'm not gonna stay in this area, but that's how it gets around 4 o'clock. The crowd will start building up. And plus they did that just to make the streets smaller for the cars. They don't want you to drive. They want you to take the transportation like trains and buses. But even though I'm walking in this path, like the closer it gets to 4 o'clock, I would get away from it. I would get directly on a sidewalk. I'm trying to show you what it's like. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go to FIFA. If it's the game itself, no. Chances of me going to something like that is super slim unless somebody give me tickets to it. And then if you try to live stream something like that, then they'll block it. They'll cut the signal. So if I go to anything that's FIFA related, or to be outside the game, like I would be outside Madison Square Garden, and say if a wrestling match was going on or something of that nature, I would do something like that. I wouldn't actually go inside and try to live stream. And then, of course, FIFA is outside. I mean, it is soccer. whole block is just all stores, little stores and restaurants. See how wide this street is? Look at this. And they only have 2 lanes running. This is like a 4-lane road. And they broke it down to 2. And I'm trying to show you the fronts, storefronts. I mean, I gotta be on this block for like 2 hours. Walking one side and then walk the other side. But I want to just show you just storefronts. Try to move the camera around. Thanks again, Joe. Once again, if you haven't already, like and subscribe to this channel. I do virtual tours like this of New York City. Plus, leave a comment where you're watching from. Man, these trees is blooming. At least some of them are. With the, right? Blooming with the cherry blossoms. See how busy that bike lane is? That's like almost 8 bikes that went by. Show you what I mean by the cherry blossoms. Look at that. Almost all the trees are starting to open up like this. Once again, we're in Hell's Kitchen. How much is the FIFA games? I mean, if you want to get a better look at a game like that, you're better tuning in either at home or go to a sports bar. Like New York has a bunch of sports bars, pubs. They always have like big screens for stuff like that. You can go to one of those, get a drink. Into drinking. I mean, if I was to get a drink, it'd be something like orange juice or something like that. Something real easy. If I was into it, I'll watch the game that way. This whole block is lit up. Look at this. What I mean by lit up, it's all cherry blossoms. Look at that. That is insane. I love it though. Can't see that in the winter. That's why I love the summer. I mean, eventually it's all gonna fall off in like 2 weeks. It'll bloom. Especially since the weather's getting warmer and it's not. Hope they don't freeze to death. The weather been going up and down with the temperature. It's hard for the plants like to stay open when you think they would. You have a lot of trees like this in New York City, especially like in Central Park. You can see this area has a lot, especially if I go on the east side of town. They have a lot of areas with cherry blossoms in it. A few years back, I took a bunch of pictures of cherry blossoms, but I deleted all of them. Took them off my computer. Look at that. What, I'm too close to the microphone? So we're in Hell's Kitchen going downtown. They've been here so long, the awning is changing colors.
And she goes,
This is the new tree. These two right here, these are new. I don't know, maybe they got the... Maybe not. I don't know if y'all can see that. It was put up a year ago. 6/30/2025. Yeah, I figured it was new. Yankee Joe. This guy got his vehicle wrapped in black and gold. Those wraps work, man. I'm telling you. You got a carbon fiber hood. Man, he spent some dough on that. The wrap alone probably costs $4 grand. Or you can say $4,000. Probably more. So we're on West 46th Street. This is Restaurant Road. No, I'm gonna be doing this, what I'm doing now, maybe. And I usually don't get to get off this early. Well, I've been getting off early, but it's been so cold. I'm gonna stand in the street for a moment. So I finally got a day where I got off early. And I was able to do this walk. Should be about 4 o'clock now. Oh man, it's almost 4:15. Yeah. So now it's rush hour. This is when all of the everybody's getting off work. Man, I can imagine what that husky feels like. That's why it's so much more traffic. I mean, if you're around this area around between 11 and 1 o'clock, there's hardly any vehicles around this area. I just wanted to show you the pace that these guys ride at. You just saw somebody went against traffic. So if you stand in the bike lane, that's what you're going to be facing. That's why pretty much anytime I live stream, I always bring that up. Stay out of the bike lane. Sorry, son. Giving y'all 360 of the environment. As you can see, it's heavy traffic here. And this is on 9th Avenue. How you doing, Fiona? Thanks for tuning in. Instead of that guy waiting, even though the light is green for him, wait for the bus to get through, then make your move. Thank you for tuning in, Sweden. I think it says a beer. Hope I didn't butcher that up. We're on West 42nd Street, 9th Avenue. We're gonna start heading east. I mean, I'm heading west right now just to show you the street, the traffic. And then I'm gonna start heading west. You must be lifting a pipe out the ground. You got trucks like this here? Thought it was just up the block. I just gotta connect the gimbal. I gotta disconnect it. I'm making my phone act up. Not the phone, but the gimbal doesn't move well with it. Now it is. I'm trying to get some extra battery life out of this thing. So this is the Kaufman Army and Navy store. Anytime they have like Broadway plays, things like TV related that has to do with anything with the Army, this is one of the stores they usually come to. I used to come here and get my patches, military patches all the time. This is one of them that I have. These I have, Marines, and that's the Air Force. And I got a bunch of like military patches like these for the Air Force jackets. So they usually have a lot of stuff in there. I mean, really packed. You got this is not a good time probably to go. If you go like 11 o'clock or something like that, 12 o'clock, them, and there's another one called MASH. It's further, I don't know, I would just say further up And right now we're hitting 8th Avenue. We're right on 8th Avenue. Look at it, it's 58 degrees, 428. Yeah, 428. So I've been on for like 2 hours so far. Imagine paying $10,000 just to see somebody kick a ball. That I can't do it. I'll watch it on TV or something like that. Like I said, you can go to a sports bar and do that. At least that's what I would do. I ain't got 10 grand to be throwing on a game just to watch it. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is Red Bull. So you're gonna see not just them, but anybody that's sports related, like energy drinks. In the summertime, you're gonna see a lot of this kind of stuff. And they give it away. And they be the full-size drinks. They don't give you like something that's really small. See, this is the actual size of the drink. I just want to show the audience the drink. See, that's the actual size of the drink.
I can't do it like you. Come on.
Yep. You gotta get out of your car, I'm sorry.
Now, if that was a chocolate bar company like Hershey or something, they give you a morsel just enough to wet your tongue or something like that. The sports drinks, soft drinks, they give you the full-size drink. Them, Monster drink. I don't drink that stuff. I did it like when they first came out, when I was going to the gym, but then I stopped. So I stopped going to the gym. So I used to drink those once in a blue. Really, that stuff is not good for me. I gotta turn the microphone off just for a moment. That's the bus terminal. I don't know if they're gonna knock that one down or not. See if I can zoom in for y'all. So tomorrow's supposed to be should have temperatures like today. So I may be out tomorrow. Supposed to have a parade tomorrow called the Tartan Parade. think it starts around 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. New York time. I don't know for everybody else, but if you subscribe to the channel and hit the bell, you should get notified when I'm on. Now it's starting to get a little chilly, at least in this area. Plus I'm out the sun. I was getting ready to say, maybe I overdressed today, but it is gonna get cooler. That's why they put these up. We can get pretty hectic around this area. This guy with the black SUV with the lights on, he was driving fast until he saw the cop vehicles because he was in the red. This is the bus lane. I'm gonna have to stop for a moment, put this down because I have to put some cables away. So bear with me on this one. have any more cables. At least my phone is fully charged. And the gimbal should be pretty much fully charged. I've been out for 2 hours. Had everything hooked up to a power pack. This crowd is going to be like a mix of tourists and the people who work in the area. Because it's after 4 o'clock. It's almost like 20 minutes to 5.
Come on down, Comedy Central. Tickets.
We're going to walk towards 6th Avenue. The path we're walking on right now is Broadway. They closed it off and made it into a small park. Break dancers get ready to set up. This whole building is new. They just set this up. This whole lineup is all police cars. I don't know if it's some type of event going on or it happened already. All these white vehicles or silver is all police cars. Look like it's running the whole block. Sometimes when you see vehicles like the police cars set up like this, but they usually don't do it around here. They're usually in training. See, those are detective cars, silver ones. It's the electric vehicle, the Mustang. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna see if I can ask a question. Maybe they'll answer it. No, I'm not gonna put them on blast. How you doing? Is there an event? Thank you very much. Is an event gonna happen around here? No. 'Cause I just see all of the cop vehicles. So I figured there's an event or training. Not like this though. Oh, then y'all gonna move around? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, well, there's something else. Usually when they're in training, they'll go around the area of 11th Avenue. That's around the Jacobs Javits Center. I don't know if they still train around that area. That's what they would usually do. Or if you see a truck, like it's flatbed, and it has rails on the side, those are usually for either parades, like they're gonna put out rails. Speaking of rails, I'm just seeing it right now. I'm gonna see if I can zoom in on it. If you see those type of guardrails, that's usually a sign an event is about to happen, or it happened already. She was just saying they're gathering up. Basically, that's what she was saying. See, this damn thing's extended the whole block. So we still in the rush hour. That'll probably last to almost 7 o'clock. Then it'll start tapering down. I'm talking about as the rush of people like this. Now we're on 6th Avenue, Avenue of Americas, and 42nd Street. This is mainly going to be tourists and a lot of people getting off work at this time. Empire State Building in the back. Bryant Park across the street. We did this whole street. Look at this. This is all fresh. We're gonna walk up 6th Avenue. Well, this is mainly all office buildings. So it's everybody getting off work.
Розумієш, ти яка? Дай.
Dude is tripping. See, the parade is going to be around this area. That's what that's about. North walking. Saturday. So like I said, it's supposed to happen around 2 o'clock. That tall building right in the middle, that's blocking the view of the Empire State Building. So when you're on 5th Avenue, let's say you're on 23rd Street, and you wanted to see the Empire State Building, you can't see it anymore because of that building. I think, and that's a residential building, that's not an office building. That's a police vehicle right behind them. That's a police vehicle. That's the guy who's talking on the microphone. Guy threw garbage out out of his vehicle. And he got caught. Thank you, Joe. Joe's a moderator for this channel. He's taking a ride. That's all these guardrails are for. Tartan Parade, that's supposed to happen tomorrow. So I just gotta get out here and find a spot. Starting to get chilly out. I think the parade runs for like 10 blocks. It's like a short parade. All that steam coming out the street. Well, off the sidewalk, really. I'm surprised they didn't put one of those funnel light things. Look like a smokestack. You could put one of those over those. Man, the scaffolding is crazy. Trying to duck the scaffolding. Alright, VA Lovely. Thanks for tuning in. Even though I'm walking forward, I'm looking back a lot because bicycles are insane. They're not going to stop. I just don't want to be under the scaffolding. Okay, that's the Diamond District.
I was fucking moving for 3 days.
Anytime you see those globes, I mean, it's only 1 block long. Going West 47th Street, 6th Avenue. And it runs over to 5th Avenue, Diamond District. What he just did was illegal. That was crazy. Once again, if you haven't already, like and subscribe to the channel. We do virtual tours like this of New York City. We do parades, car shows, Comic Cons, live entertainment on the street. Sometimes I'll go to concerts. So once again, like and subscribe to the channel. Share the content. Check out what past content I've done. I have like over 2,000 videos up, long and short form videos. Videos from 30 seconds up, 15 seconds to 4 hours walk time. To show the buses, trains, and boats of New York City.
No, but it's the better way.
Plus, I'm supposed to do a parade tomorrow, around 2 p.m. tomorrow, around this area, 6th Avenue. That's why you see all of these guardrails up. Because the parade is tomorrow. It's supposed to be pretty decent, weather-wise. It's hard to see, but this is the building that's for the Tonight Show. Parade is the Tartan Parade. I don't know what country that is, but you need to check it out. Tartan, T-A-R-T-A-N. Scottish, thank you very much. So I mean by that, the scalp from locking it. Tonight, Jimmy Fallon. When you try to get tickets for these shows like this, you just can't walk in and get online and get the tickets. You can buy tickets and it may be a few months before you even actually get to go to the show. Radio City Music Hall. I went to a few shows back in the 1990s. But I never had gotten the tickets myself. There was this guy that he was a comedian. His name was Sheldon. And he used to get the tickets to the different shows. So anytime they gave him tickets, they always gave him like 2 to 4 tickets. And he would say, just meet me here and we would go together. And that's how I used to go to the different talk shows back in, I was like 1994 when I was going. So I went to a few shows. But when they happen around, at least the shows I went to, you have to be there like an hour before the time. And that would be like 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock. They usually happen around that time, at least the ones I've gone to. I'm not even sure if they still sell tickets at the booth. But that show is popular. Of course, Jimmy Fallon. I'm 60 years old. Right?
Funny.
Another side of Radio City Music Hall. Well, one of the ways, a few ways you can beat Father Time other than genetics, don't drink and smoke. Basically, that's it. Don't do drugs. Work out. Eat right. Moisturize your skin. Stay clean. Now look at what they did to this mailbox. See, anytime you see that on the mailbox, that means the parade, they're gonna have an event around the area. So they're definitely gonna have the parade tomorrow. See all of the barricades? Oh man, somebody's blasting music. I'm gonna try to stay near this machine to drown out the music. you imagine darting in front of a truck moving like that? Chances of him stopping. I never heard of that one before. A puppet fight? That's new. Well, new for me. I've never seen it. At least once a year, they usually have a pillow fight in Washington Square Park. But it's like unannounced. They don't usually tell you like when. You just gotta show up. Well, if you was a part of it before, then you'll probably find out later then. I'm eventually gonna walk over to 5th Avenue. Surprised all of these bikes is on this side of town. They used to be on 5th Avenue. Maybe that's where they're heading to. Okay, that skinny building you see right in the middle, that's Billionaire's Road. That's one of the buildings from Billionaire's Road. I didn't go in that particular one. I went into one of the buildings that's next to it. And I was on the 96th floor working on the fish tank. I had to go there a few times. The apartment I was in, it overlooked Central Park. So it had a nice view. And then the second time I went, it was raining. So you couldn't see anything. I mean, nothing, because it was like you was in the clouds. That's the highest I've ever went up in the building. Other than that, I went to the 86th floor in the building all the way downtown, around the Wall Street area. I can't remember the name of the building. And his apartment overlooked Brooklyn, because he was right next, not too far from the Brooklyn Bridge. He was on the 86th floor. I had to work on a tank there before. That was nice. But when you're that high up, you know, it looks nice if it's a heavy snowfall, or if it's like summertime and there's a lot of, you know, all the green. You can see like this is all the cherry blossoms just popping up. So overlooking Central Park now is perfect. This is Museum of Modern Art. I think I only went in here once. It's kind of crowded now. I mean, if you want unique clocks and lights, things of that nature, that you won't see anywhere else, and I would definitely come here for it. I'm gonna have to turn the microphone off soon because somebody's playing music. So bear with me for a moment. Yeah, Maybach. Now, if you go on around Billionaire's Row, you'll see a bunch of those cars. And that's a Rolls Royce across the street. You know, Billionaire's Row's on 57th Street. Like close to Broadway. Girl had on a jacket, I mean a sweatshirt. It said boycott Sal. That was a sweatshirt from Do the Right Thing. And I just saw Spike Lee with that shirt, same shirt on, for a hoodie. And I saw it yesterday on Instagram. And I just saw that girl with it. Now, I'll tell you something about how the art industry like this works. Okay, so what they do, they come around this area like Fifth Avenue, jack their prices up a few $100s. Then, if they go to an area, let's say Washington Square Park, then they'll drop the prices down a few $100s. So I don't know if you probably didn't catch it. She said the prices start at $400 for those big. I'm not gonna say it's not worth it, you know, but just letting you know. Paying for location. Thank you, Andre. From Colombia. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, so that's how that works. Right now we're heading uptown and then we're gonna come back downtown. I might just switch sides of the streets. Yeah, thanks for letting me know where you're from. For those who's tuning in, just type in, you know, where you don't have to be where you live, but say like I'm tuning in from, like he said, Columbia. Any bus you see like this is an express bus. That doesn't make a lot of stops. Express buses travel from borough to borough, and New York has 5 boroughs. So New York is not just Manhattan. You still got Staten Island, you have Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx. So these buses, like these express buses, that's what they do. They go from borough to borough. I'm too close up on the building to show you the building. I'll show you the one across the street. I believe that's the Regis Hotel. Thank you, Fiona from Northern Ireland. Surprised there wasn't blasting music. I was ready to turn the microphone off. Sometimes the city would crack down on the loud noise, like the guys blasting music, and they give them tickets. At least that's what they did last year. I think last year and the year before. They did it for about a month or so, and then they let them get back to doing what they was doing. But back in the 1980s, they called it noise pollution, and they used to give you, like if you had a radio blasting, they would give you, I think it was like $25 to $50 tickets. And then for some reason, I don't know, they stopped. I mean, that's why you see these guys on these three-wheeled bicycles, pedicabs, if you want to call them. And that's why they blast music and don't get tickets. I mean, unless the cops want to enforce it. This is the Trump Tower. Oh, they repaved the street over here. So even the trees on the Trump Tower got the cherry blossoms on it. This is probably the best scaffolding I've ever seen. Look at this. It's real high and clean. It used to be lower than that. Yeah, they just completed this street. Look at this. It's clean. What I mean by clean is leveled and everything. As you can see, that's Louis Vuitton. That's the old headquarters. Well, I wouldn't say headquarters, but how would you say the flagship store? So they moved it down the block. Pretty sure they're gonna take this apart soon because it's getting tacky looking. It's starting to rust. And the Tiffany building. This is one of those express buses. They cost about $7. Looks like a Greyhound. It's another express bus. I'll give you an example. Like this is an express bus. SIM means Staten Island Mall. That's where it's going. It's going as far as that. So being that I've never taken them, I don't know where to catch this at. Alright, so this is what I was talking about. Right here. These buildings here. It's like 3 of them. That's Billionaire's Row. Matter of fact, I'm gonna walk down that way.
No, I get like it's got like 5.
See, usually, I don't know, maybe you're right about now. You'll see a bunch of Maybach type vehicles. Yeah, just talking about it. Here go one right now. And these are mainly probably for all Billionaire's Row. So that's over like $100,000 car. See all the vehicles on this side of the street. See how they all black? This is like what you would call like a limousine service, a car service for the rich. I'm not gonna go all the way down. But they serve it in this building right here. I would have to cross the street to show you the front. I'm gonna try to show you the front anyway. Now, see, back in the 80s, it would have been all limousines instead of SUVs and Maybachs. Well, Maybach is like a limousine anyway. That's basically a limousine because all of the amenities is in the back, not in the front. The guy controls everything from the front. But this is the building they're going into. It's called Amani. Now, if you know, this is carbon fiber. You can imagine what that costs. Just to hold the tire. S-Class is like the highest end car of the Mercedes. Yeah. We're trying to find a home in New York for $100,000. It's not going to happen. They're probably going to start at like $400,000. I mean, unless it's really beat up. See if I can cross the street. This is the building that had all of the black vehicles in front of it. I thought that something was going on. Look, this whole ground is broken up. That's why the rest of the street is paved. That's why I was saying it was clean. This is all broken up, ready to get cleaned up. Like, ready to get paved. So they're probably gonna do this at nighttime. I'm trying to get it ready before the weather really gets hot. Best to do it now where the ground can cool off faster. Wait until it's summertime and it'll take a lot longer to cool down. Be ready for the next day. I like to see somebody try to wear this on the street. It's definitely different. Hey, this is for the ladies. Plaza Hotel. Across the street, that's the 24-hour Apple store. This, all of that scaffolding around it. But that's the only 24-hour, 365 Apple store in the world. We're gonna start walking back downtown. Well, I really don't know. I don't think they gave it an outright date for it. I mean, I'll check. I mean, they tore it down, I think it was last year or the year before, to fix it all up. But it's probably going to be done this year.
Maybe I did have a.
That's when they started construction. 2015. But it ain't, I don't see a date. Well, that's the target date, it says. So maybe, I don't know. Trying to see if I can get the camera through. It's gonna look pretty much the same, it's just updated. All those big giant trees are gone. So all of those birds that used to land over here around 5 o'clock is gone. Until these trees really blow up, like bloom. That may take like 10, 15 years for them to really get some size. Maybe more. But it said winter 2026, so that can be, it's probably nearly done. And this is gonna be the end of this year. But I think it's done. It's just a matter of getting probably the water going. And they probably added a lighting system to it. That'll be an improvement, like to add lights to it, area. I haven't been to a fashion show in a while. Look at this. That's my thing, jeans. I like the way they did the color scheme on the jeans. I've been walking for like 3 hours and 15 minutes. Once again, if you haven't already, like and subscribe to this channel. We do virtual tours like this of New York City. Also, leave a comment where you're watching from. That would be greatly appreciated. Because this is a worldly channel, as in showing New York City. Oh, the guy that imitates Trump is here. See if I can zoom in on him. Now I'm wondering if they're gonna do the whole Fifth Avenue, if they're gonna repave the whole Fifth Avenue, because it's really long. I'm talking about Fifth Avenue is all the way from uptown, all the way downtown. Well, not all the way downtown. That is enough. Runs past Central Park. So you're looking at that's 2.5 miles. And then it runs all the way to Washington Square Park. So that's like where I'm at now. I'm at West 56th Street. Well, I'm on the east side. Central Park. Fifth Avenue separates the east from the west. So I'm on the east side of the street. Across the street is the west side. So you're looking at another like 2 miles from here to, what is that, 8th? Well, it's a little past 8th Street. And that's like the end of 5th Avenue. That's the Peninsula Hotel. I believe this is the Regis. St. Regis. And a Meadowland. Pulled over a taxi cab. And that's the St. Thomas Church. I went to a Catholic school called St. Thomas. Side view of St. Thomas. Trying to duck the music. I'm gonna wait for the light to change and then I'm gonna walk back up. Well, walk back down. We're walking downtown. That's the Cartier building, like fancy watches and jewelry.
Well, some of them.
Cops going in the Nike store. St. Patrick's Cathedral. And this is Rockefeller Center. Same shit. That's the Jaguar. Sorry about turning the music off. Somebody was playing the music, that's why I turned the microphone off. And the Atlas statue. St. Patrick's Cathedral. Next to it is Saks Fifth Avenue. We're gonna go around Rockefeller Center skating rink. But I think they set it up for now for like restaurants, like an eatery. I just want to get away from the music. I wanted to go through the front. But hopefully they're not playing music, then I can show the gold statue. All these stone buildings that look like this, it's all Rockefeller Center, this whole area. So you're looking at like several buildings. That's the music. Let me turn the microphone off for a moment. I think I hear they're playing music, so I'm gonna have to turn the microphone off and show you real briefly what it looks like. And they got the whole rinks surrounded with music, like speakers going all the way around it. That's why I'm across the street. I couldn't stay over there. I believe that's a flag for every state. See California, Iowa. Well, the U.S. turns 250 years. NBC News. That building, the lower part of the building is FAO Schwartz. Man, this Nintendo store been here for years. I think it's the only one of its kind. Well, at least in New York. For sure. I think it's been here well over 20 years now. And it has a downstairs. So anytime you see a line outside this store, that means they're selling a game or releasing a game. I don't want to go inside because they may be playing music and or I may get a weak signal, like Wi-Fi signal. We're going back around 6th Avenue. Check this out. Pastries. That's a bunch of donuts I've never seen before. Put that around a police precinct. See what happens. All of them will sell out. You're gonna have to reorder to restock the floor with it. It's another Maybach car, that is, Mercedes.
Imagine having. Hey, be nice. Be nice.
They got a real fire truck inside, at least partially. We're on West 48th Street, 6th Avenue. In fact, we're gonna walk downtown on this side of the street because I was on the other side earlier. Once again, when you see this on a mailbox, it means they locked it up because they're gonna have a parade here. That's what all of these barricades are for. But they're only gonna do that on a parade route. Anytime, well, this is hard to see, but this is to test the city's water in this area. That's what this is. That means defaced with all of the stickers and everything, but that's what it's for. See? Sampling station. They always paint them silver for some reason. And you'll see these at bus stops and train stations. So instead of having seats, they put those up. Because when they was putting the seats down, the homeless was sitting in it. So that's why they started putting those up. These guys are running around in like a costume, like a starfish.
Yeah, I canceled. There's no freedom. There's no cars. Wait, I'm getting a call.
That's the intake. They keep
He's running in it. He was running across the street in it. He wasn't able to catch him. We're in a diamond district right now. That's why you see these, the globes. Diamond globes. So this is a block long. We're on 6th Avenue. It runs all the way to 5th Avenue. Going that way, going east. So this whole block is just diamonds and gold, things of that nature. I'll show you the ones that's like still open. But I'm not gonna walk the whole block because everything's closing up right now. Once again, if you haven't already, like and subscribe to this channel. Do virtual tours like this of New York City. I do parades. I cover car shows, Comic Cons, live performances on the street, like in parks. Pretty much almost any event that's going on in New York. If I can get to it and I can live stream it, I'll live stream it, and if I can't, then I'll just do a video. That's what I did last week on Saturday. I put up two long form videos of the New York International Auto Show. So you can check that out on this channel. One was level 1. That's where they show all of the cars that's coming out or that's out already. And then I did the second level where they have all of the personalized cars, custom design cars. So then I did that. I gotta turn the microphone off for a moment to get past the music. Yeah, I had to turn the microphone off because of the music. Sorry about that. actually spots like this where they're gonna have the FIFA games, but they're not gonna have it here. But I'm pretty sure they're gonna cover it. I'm pretty sure they have like big screens for stuff like that. Sports bars, pubs like this. So if you can't, what would you say, get tickets to go see the FIFA games, you can go to sports pubs like this. And like I said, they're displayed on big screens.
What about me? Take care, guys. All right? We're all in it together. We're all right up there and watch.
Look at the detail on this building. They must have just finished cleaning it up.
So Banker was his hip.
Look at another donut shop. I'm donut. They ain't even put up Dunkin'. This is what I was saying earlier about like a smokestack. The steam is coming out of the ground. Anytime you usually see the steam coming out the ground, they'll put these up just to keep it above your head. Because you don't want to blindside people who's driving to go through it and hit something. Oh, that thing is hot. Now the last time they had the FIFA games, of course it wasn't here at the time. They broadcasted on the screens over here and the ones behind me. And it drew such a big crowd, they almost had to close the whole street off because everybody was watching the game. So imagine that whole wall of screens, almost the whole wall of screens over there, showing the game, the FIFA games. For those who don't know, that's the soccer games. Well, that's coming from the city, from the ground. Exactly where, I don't know. You can see it's coming over here also. You see it in certain areas throughout the city. It doesn't always happen. I mean, they'll take those little cones, those giant cones down when it stops. So when it pops up, then they'll put it back up, of course. I don't know what's on this side of the building. Let me show you real quick. It's the H&M Tower. It's always seagulls around there. I don't know, maybe they have a serious air conditioning system over there where the water's outside. It's always nothing but seagulls circling around that area like vultures. It's insane. I don't get it. But they're always there.
I actually, unironically, really like the baby bowl, and it's so much fun.
We're on West 46th Street, 7th Avenue. Still got decent battery life. I'm like at 55%, but I'm not sure how long I'm gonna stay on. I want to get something to munch on and relieve myself. Oh, these break dancers, they're still over there. So. Trying to stay away from copywritten music. Oh, there's break dancers here too, so I ain't gonna stick around. Well, I should be doing this tomorrow around 2 o'clock. Because they're supposed to have the tartan parade on 6th Avenue around 2 p.m. It's supposed to be decent weather tomorrow also, like today. That's another thing. I wonder if they're gonna do are they gonna live stream the FIFA games on these screens like they did before, or is just you have to actually go? I guess we'll find out when that time comes. I bumped into it by accident. Well, not by accident. I just happened to walk in the area when they had the games in I think another state or another country. I was in this area, and that's how I saw the crowd when they had the games, the FIFA games, somewhere else. I think there's a protest. Down the block. Well, yeah, that's going downtown. Look like it's a Mexican flag. Mexico and Italy have the same colors when it comes to flags. Now you see how crowded it is? Well, I mean, it is crowded. It's gonna be worse. See how all these people walking in the street? Summertime is gonna be a lot worse. And look at that, it's hardly anybody across the street. At least crowd comparison. They're doing a performance also. I don't know if it's breakdancing or gymnastics. Basically, I'm in the bike lane. I shouldn't even be here. I just didn't want to walk into their music. We'll try to zoom in from here, because I'm trying to stay away from the music. But I want to see if this is an actual protest or is it something else. Usually protests don't have music. gonna go over there and see what it's about. I think it's Free Palestine. So it's not just, it's like 3 or 4 colors. So that's what it's about. Oh, I'm sorry I can't read your name. Hello. Thanks for tuning in. 7N, that's all I can read.
You think what they're doing is good, man?
Lebanon, you make us proud. Say it loud, say it clear. We don't want no fighting here.
Dude on a skateboard. Electric. If you're gonna do that, have a helmet on and some gloves. The fall is no fun whatsoever. Out in droves. I gotta turn the microphone off. Sorry, people. Yeah, I had to turn the microphone off because of the music that was blasting. Okay, people, I'm about to shut this down. And, Once again, if you haven't already, like and subscribe to this channel. I do virtual tours like this of New York. If you have already subscribed, greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. And hope to see you tomorrow because I'm going to be at the Tartan Parade around 2 p.m. You're going to have to try to figure that out in your time. On Eastern time, northeast. Okay, people, you have a good day, and for some, a good night. I hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good one. All right, people, I'm out.